All right. Hi there. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a good evening and that everybody can see me okay, or hear at least. I want to make sure audio is still good. Oh, I can imagine. I'm sure it's been a long day. All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming out. I'm excited to get going through. Great. I'm glad my audio is good. I'm excited to be here. We finished up a bunch of our bigger projects, which is really exciting. I've been working on those for a couple of weeks and was able to kind of finish them out yesterday, which means a lot of what we're going to do today is much smaller and much more just kind of relaxed. I don't have any commissions at the moment, so we're really going to focus on, doing some stuff to prep for Pride Month, to prep for a show that I get to go to later on next month. That's a new one, and that's going to be fun. So I was able to get a vending spot with the next Mercury Market, which is a goth kinky club up in Seattle. And so we're going to go there, set up a booth and a table, and that means that I need to make sure I've got some stuff ready to go there and ready to sell. So we're just going to work through some stuff. We're going to start, though, working on the face mask project that I've been working on, that we started here on stream last week. We're going to kind of go through, probably do some tooling. And when I say tooling, I wanted to show kind of what that means. Tooling is where we kind of shape that leather, make it look nice. So you can see right now, the pieces that we're really focused on are these two little side pieces. If we look closely, you can see kind of the feathers that we engraved in there. But the process is we want to take that from a flat shape to something a little more shapely, kind of like this piece. So this is another piece that I've done. And if I hold it up here, hopefully you can see it a little bit more clearly. There we go. You can see the kind of shape and that 3D element that the tooling allows us to do. We're going to try to do that with the feathers. We're going to see how it goes. This is mostly just a test and a practice piece, so I'm not super worried if it doesn't go perfectly. But we're just going to chill and we're going to talk, and I'm going to work on that. And yeah, I'm excited to go up to Seattle too. It's going to be fun. Nice to see people and get a chance to kind of say hi to everybody. It's been far too long. So yeah. So we're just going to get situated here, and we're going to start working on these. Now, for tooling, one of the, it's been way too long. For tooling, one of the things that we want to do is we want to make sure that we are wetting the leather. So I'm just going to have this nice damp rag here, and we're just going to occasionally give it a little bit of a wet. It's just going to help us kind of cut into that leather a little more nicely, give us better lines and a little more detail. What I'll do here is I'm actually going to move this camera a little bit. We're going to switch over to this. I'm going to get us a little better situated to see what we're doing here. Yeah, that should be a fair bit better. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this swivel knife here, and we're just going to kind of trace along the marks that we've already got, because we want to cut this leather a little bit deeper than it was cut with the laser engraver. We're going to move that a little bit because my hand is in the way, as it usually is. So we're going to do this. That should be a little bit better. really looking to just kind of pull these edges up, because that's going to be what gives us the kind of 3D feel or effect. It's going to help make the feathers look like they're standing out against the background. Yeah, it's a very fancy little bit here. It's been far too long since I did some good tooling, so I'm excited to kind of get back into it, get a little practice, because I'll be honest, I've never been the best at this, and any practice I can get is going to help me. Go this way. Try to always pull towards myself when I can. We're just going to go through, just kind of carefully do this for all of these lines here. Then we will actually be able to get into the shaping process. I hope everybody's Wednesday night's going well. Hopefully you're off work. Hopefully you are just kind of relaxing. Maybe grabbed a good drink or a snack, maybe dinner. And you can just kind of relax to some leatherwork and some chatting. That's okay, Violet. I'm happy that you're able to hang out for as long as you are. If you need to step away at any point to go to bed, by all means, that makes sense. I know it's late over there. Ooh, spaghetti sounds good. I actually ended up having that for lunch today. Also, we love shot day. There we go. So that's all of our lines here. Now we can start working on the edges. Go ahead and wet this up a little bit again. What we're going to do first is we are actually going to look at flattening this leather down. Got a few tools for that. So basically, we just want to flatten everything down that's not part of the feather, just for a little bit to give it that, like, again, that 3D effect. A lot of times, let's see if I can get this situated with the camera here. You know what? We're going to get rid of that upper third there. Make it a little bit hold on a second, let me make an adjustment here. There we go. we're just going to pull that down a little bit, make it a little bit easier for everybody to see. Yeah, we're just going to go along the edge of here. Just like that. Because our goal is just to kind of flatten and separate those lines. Go. We're starting to see some of that coloration change here. So if I hold it up, you can start to see that kind of shift. And we're getting a little bit of that 3D effect, which is exactly what we're looking for. Move this just a little bit here. So I'm just going to work on widening that out a little bit and make it a little more prominent. Go. And finally, just one more pass with our flat here. There we are. So we're starting to see some of that shape come in, but we definitely still want to kind of pull that out a little bit. So what we might do is we might take one of our tools here, see if we can't kind of press this down a little bit further with a little more control. There we go. It's going to look messy right now, but we're going to go back through here in just a minute. We're going to give it a little more detail and shape here. For now, I really just want to kind of separate the line of the feathers from the background itself. Go. Just like that. Now again, it looks a little bit messy right now. That is completely okay, because we can go back through and start to kind of hammer this out and get a much cleaner edge.
Zaris needs you to hydrate.
Thank you, Zaris. Also welcome. I will grab a little sip of water here in just a second. Cheers to everybody who wants a glass.
Taris needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I'm not shrimping. I'm sitting up like a good girl. Of that, I promise. Go. Okay, so I've got a little bit of leather here. I really must have gotten a poor cut on. We're going to try to tuck that up and clean it a little bit. Here we go. And now we're going to switch over to this little dappled tool and see if we can't make a nice background piece here. You are fine. You're not distracting at all. So you can see as we go, we're starting to get some texture on this again. Instead of a smooth texture, come on, focus for me. Instead of a smooth texture, we're going for that like dappled texture. I'm just going to go through Here we are. So our feather still looks messy, but our background is starting to look nicer. And we're just going to kind of keep spreading that out until we can get a nice dappled effect. And we're going to just go as far as we want to. Thank you for the lovely, calming, soothing bird song. I appreciate it. Alright, so here's what we're looking at now. You can kind of see some of that smattering, that patterning that we're looking for. We're going to kind of make sure that our feather is wet because we're going to kind of focus on this feather next. And what I really want to do is I just want to kind of start shaping it. A lot of times for feathers, that's as simple as giving it some ridges that kind of look like the barbs of the feather itself. just like that. Just going to kind of follow the natural contours of a feather in order to make this. Start to see some of that texture again coming out here. There we go. And we'll start again on the other side. Maybe take a little bit of time to re-wet the spot that we haven't gotten yet. There we are. So we've got a rough shape here. Now it's really just going to be kind of coming down to the kind of finalizing or cleaning up that shape. Have a good dinner. See you back in a few minutes. And yeah, Lexi, I hope your surgery, you've been recovering all right. I know that was rough. Here we go. Yeah, that sounds awful. I will do my best to never get that. All right, so that's roughly one feather done. So we're just going to kind of keep moving through, and we're going to kind of keep adding detail to the other feathers, keeping in mind of like what is stacked on top of the other. So we want to give that like clean 3D effect. Here we go. My music decided to stop playing for a second, but we should be back now. All right. Got that part outlined. We're just going to do the same thing we just did, and that is we are going to kind of widen this background a little bit, make it look nice and separate. There we go. Starting to look a little nicer. Use our narrow tool here to kind of get in those crevices where the feathers are, or where the gaps in the feathers are. There we go. So yeah, we are just adding that kind of speckling back in, give that background a little bit of a difference, kind of just some contrast here. And I'll by no means admit to being an expert on all of this. So I'm just I've been learning as I go. And more than anything, this is just really good practice for me. There we go. Got two nicely detailed feathers. There's certainly more that we could do, but I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Mostly because I don't need to. This is just kind of a test piece to see how this all fits together and see if I can make it look nice. And so I want it to look good, but I'm also not like worried about spending hours upon hours on the details here. At the end of the day, this is still just kind of a project for myself, just to see if it's possible and if it's something that I could offer in my store at some point. And realistically, I could do any type of engraving, but let's be honest, I'm a bird. I'm gonna do feathers when I get the chance. A little bit. We're doing a kind of limit testing. It's more of like feasibility. So I'm fairly certain the mask is going to come along nicely. The question is, do I want to do tooling for these things? And if I do, what would I end up charging? How would that differ from like something without tooling? And does tooling even look good on the finished product of these masks? Alright, nearly done with this background portion here. Hopefully the hammering's not too aggravating for anybody's senses. If it is, we're just about done with it for a little while. There we go. Give that a little bit more of wet down. There we go. Just need to let that dry a little bit. And that one should be done. So again, pretty simple tooling, but it gives a nice depth, especially when you compare it to, say, just the laser cut. It's just such a nice detail to add to this project, and something that I think is just going to make this a little bit more special. So we'll get started on the next one here. Just kind of do the same thing. I'll wet this down. We're going to kind of give it some cuts with the swivel knife here. And then we're going to go into the actual tooling for that part. Luckily, this is the only tooling that we're going to do tonight. This is not much, so we've got some other stuff that we can definitely work on. I want to cut the straps out for this because we might actually be able to get to a point where we can be assembling this mask, which would be really fun. Yeah, it's been a fair bit since I've done any tooling. I think the last one that I did any real tooling on was my corset belt. So it's nice to be doing it again. Like I said earlier, this is always just good practice for me. Kind of keeps the skills a little sharper, and also just gives me something new to work on. So right now, all I'm really doing is going through with my swivel knife here, and I'm just making cuts along where our light engraving was, because that's going to give something for our shaping set to kind of dig into and to work with. Oh gosh, are the ticket mines really bad today? Customer service tickets are never fun, but sometimes they just get really, really bad. Here we go. All right. Oh no. Oh, system issues are always great. I remember we'd get those at my last couple jobs ago, and they would just make tickets so bad for a little while. Also, getting used to new shift times is the worst. 100%. Until you're used to it, it's just never fun. There we go. Looking good here. Again, just kind of digging up under that cut that we just made, which will help make the feathers themselves stick out just that much further when we give it some background. Here we go. There we are. All right, so that's most of those edges. We're gonna do these here real fast. Make sure those look a little cleaner there. Finally, this one right here. There we go. So now we can start working on those backdrops a little bit, or the background. A little bit of moisture there. All right. Thank you so much for swinging by, Violet. Feel free to drop by anytime. Love to hang out and chat with you. Maybe sometime when it's not super late. See you later. Okay, so we got the first bit of lines done. We're going to go back through, widen this background just a little bit more. Go. Starting to get there. All right. There we go. Looking good. There we go. All right, now we're just going to give it that backdrop that we like, the little kind of dotting or steepling that we've got. Go. Let me recenter this a little bit just so it's a little more in the center of our camera here. All right. Again, we're just adding details for the background here just to help kind of make the feathers pop and give this a bit of a different texture from everything else. Go. Trying to make sure I'm pretty consistent right up on the edge here. To give that feather a nice outline. But otherwise, trying to spread it out so it kind of smoothly transitions off into the rest of the leather. There we go. All right. Just a little more of this hammering to go. There we go. Starting to look pretty good here. At this point, I'm going to use the other one that I've got as a little bit of a comparison, just to kind of see, make sure that I'm hitting out in the way that I want to. Getting there. Probably a little more transition here. There we go. I think we're looking pretty good here. So now we'll switch over, focus on the feathers, which should only take a couple minutes. And then our tooling for this project is done. Give this a nice wipe down, get a little more moist, a little more receptive to the tooling. There we go. Looking good here. Thank you to everybody who kind of hung out with me the past couple of weeks as we worked on some of our bigger leather projects. It was a lot of fun. It actually really helped me kind of get my work done, and also just kind of gave me that momentum to keep doing and to get further and work faster than I have in a while. So I really appreciate it. Make sure that we've got some nice marks here. We don't really want it to be super noticeable which line is which. I want it to kind of all blur together a little bit.
According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way that
there
a
it
bee
is.
should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground.
All right, we're getting the bee movie today. Thank you, Victor. Oh my gosh. Wow. Chirp. There we go. Probably just one more feather here. Wipe this back down a little bit more. There we go. Look at that. Just like that, we have some 3D feathers now. And I think they look pretty good. With that said, we're going to move on. Kind of put our tooling stuff away for now. Because I want to cut some straps for this and see if we can't start getting this put together. It does mean that I also need to see if we have our if we actually have our proper hardware for this, so that's going to be a whole nother thing, but we can make do. As always, if you haven't in a few minutes, you should get up, stretch a little bit, grab some water, and yeah, make yourself comfortable. All right, we're gonna move some of our stuff around here just so we can do some leather cutting, some strip cutting here. I'm not, but I'm the bird on your stream and I'm telling you to get some water. Definitely not your dad. Alright, let's see here. I'm going to switch over to this. We are going to get this set up real fast.
Pop_Saturn needs you to hydrate.
There we go. See, Saturn says hydrate, so you all know to hydrate. All right, we are going to cut our strips of leather from the remainder of this tan leather that I've got. We're going to do that with this strap cutter here. I will actually switch this back over here. Just because this will be a little bit easier to see. First thing we need to do is we need to set this back. So the way that this is designed is we want to have 3/4 inch. We want to have 3/4 inch straps here, which means we need to adjust our cutter. All right, move this out of the way here. There we go. Okay, we're gonna measure that.
Pop_Saturn needs you to hydrate.
Just a reminder there, hydrate. Yeah, I'm happy to show it to you. So this is just an adjustable blade here. all we really need to do is make sure we have the right number of slots. I'm not showing this well. Have the right number of slots before the blade itself to give us the kind of width that we're looking for. In this case, I think we're gonna want, I think it's 6. And we'll measure, we'll use our little measuring ruler here to check. Let's see here. Yep, that's going to be our 3/4 inch mark right there. So that's right where we want to be. Go. And we're just going to kind of lock these in. There we go. And now we are going to situate it so that we can actually see a little bit better here. Just a little more centered, just so you can see it better. Hi there, how are you doing? Hope everyone's doing well. What did I just do to this? Oh, that's what I did. Okay. We're gonna undo this because I just locked my little flap here in the way. We don't want to do that. There we go. And we'll put that back together now. All right, now we'll actually cut this. So this is pretty simple. We're just going to kind of set the leather in there, make sure the blade punctures it. And we're going to lock our guide in place here. And we're just going to kind of feed it through really gently and really carefully so we get a nice smooth and even cut. We're just going to go through. We're probably going to do this 3 times, so I'd rather have a little bit excess than not enough here. And because this is the last of this bit of leather, there's not really enough to do a whole lot left with this strip. So this is a great use for it. So we've got a little bit left here on this end, and we usually just manually cut that. And now we've got a nice 3/4 strip, and we're going to make 2 more. Thanks, Saturn. It's a fun tool. It's definitely, there are nicer ones out there that I would love to eventually get, but this one is way easier than doing it just by hand and measuring with a tape measure or a ruler. This makes this process a lot smoother. It makes a lot flatter of a cut. Yeah, it's so much more efficient. There we go. Just gonna snip the end again, and we're gonna do it one more time. Because again, I'd rather have excess than not enough. There we go. And this thicker leather is generally stiffer, which actually makes it easier to cut this way. It's when I'm trying to cut my really soft leathers, that stuff does not like the strip cutter. Which is unfortunate because it makes it very difficult to use for things like floggers or other devices like that, because I can't cut these strips reliably on really soft leather. All right, with those cut, we're doing pretty good. We're gonna move back over to the table here. All right, let's see, how do I want to set us up here? I think I am going to we're gonna switch over here for a second, get things reoriented. Because now that we have those cut, we can start to work on some of the other process of this, which is going to be our sanding and burnishing the edges, and then also the hopefully get to the actual assembly of this project. Turn that back on. So ultimately, this piece is going to sit much like this, where we have some rivets holding it together like that. And then we're going to stitch it down on the corners to give it that 3D shape. I'm not sure. I was thinking about doing some form of tooling or engraving here on the front, but I'm not sure I'm going to. I'm gonna let y'all decide. If you think that it should have some tooling, we can probably try to get something going on it. Otherwise, we can just leave it as is and just let the tooling be on the sides, which I think is also a good look. In the meantime, I'm gonna start sanding some of these pieces down. We have a few pieces to go here. We'll probably get these sanded. We might go ahead and burnish these small pieces. I'm going to hold off on the straps for now, and we might take a break and work on some of my other projects here today. But we're going to at least get this stuff sanded and probably burnished so that this face mask portion is completely ready to go. Just going to move my stuff back where it should be. I am not always the most organized when it comes to my workbench, but I'm trying to get better about it. So that sometimes means slowing down, taking a moment, and making sure things are put back where they need to go. Now the real question, and it's the same question I feel like I asked, oh, there it is. Almost every stream is, where did I put my little sander? And sure enough, here's where it's at. So we're gonna get comfy here. We're just gonna do a little bit of light sanding. Yep, just some happy little sanding. And yeah, I feel like most people that I know that are creative or work with a tool bench in any way, shape, or form, that tool bench is so messy, at least until they feel like they have to clean it. Zaris, that's good. Happy little feathers on happy little leathers. I like that. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Organize one thing. This cup does not need to be here. And there. My whole bunch is now neatly faced that way. Here, I'll do these little boot charms too. There. All neat and organized. So the main reason we're sanding this is we do want it to be ready for burnishing, but when we use the laser cutter, it leaves a lot of like soot and char on the edges, and we really just don't want that to stay on the product. So I try to sand pretty much everything that gets laser cut, just so most of that soot's off. We'll get a better finish on those edges that way too. Let's see, what country is the one with the pie symbol? Oh, yeah, that's a fun one. The country that has all the hot women is not currently there. I need to paint it. We sell through them so fast that I'm almost always running out. So we might do that later. I've got a whole bunch of paints to work with. I want to do some more pride flags, get those ready. But I also want to maybe do some of my other boot charms, because I have a bag full of unfinished boot charms here that I would love to get painted and have ready to bring to markets. Pie does sound good. And yes, it's really cool that they sell out. They're, funnily enough, at the first swap that I went to last year, just before we moved, the boot charms were one of my highest grossing items, despite the fact that they are by far the cheapest item that I sell. We just sold through so many of them that we just we made the most money with that, which was really cool. So anytime I can make some or have them in stock and available, especially as we come to Pride Month, I want to make sure I have that. There we go. Wait, is Sherry's really closed? I see a bunch of them around here, but I don't know. I've never looked at them close enough to see if they're open or if they're just empty buildings. Okay. One of the other things I'm going to do for these, which is just going to give us a little bit of a nice accent here. Oh, they fully went out of business. Okay. Ooh, Bannings. I don't think I've even heard of Bannings. Definitely have to give them a try at some point. So yeah, one of the things that we're going to do to give this kind of a nice accent, I'm just going to do a bit of an edge here. It's going to highlight some of that lighter leather. We can make it noticeable enough. Go back the other way real fast. Just try to make sure I can smooth it out. We're going to do that on the other side as well. All that's really going to do in this case is just kind of make it look nicer. Just give it a little bit of like a highlight on that. Apparently it's a big group trip to Bannings at some point soon. All right, so that's looking pretty good. So what we're going to do is we are going to burnish these edges real fast. Then we'll actually assemble this part and maybe even do some of our stitching. We'll see. This will have to be hand stitched. This is not something my sewing machine can actually handle. So it is going to be something that we do ourselves. Now, just like we usually do when I burnish, I'm going to mute the mic just so you all don't have to listen to a Dremel the whole time. But I'll unmute it while we're applying the burnishing cream, and we will kind of figure it out from there. Let's see here. Let's actually adjust you just a little bit. Just like that. So you can see nice, a little more nicely, a little more evenly here. And for smaller pieces like this, when we're not doing a full strap, I might actually just go ahead and do every single surface that I want to burnish all at once. We're going to start burnishing here, so bear with me. right, give that another coat here. Sometimes my thicker leathers require a few passes with the burnishing wheel. Make sure that coats really nicely. It's nice and stuck on there. And we'll need to do the back as well. All right, that is one side done. Do the same on the other side here, and we'll get the wings or the sides of the mask. And then the burnishing itself will be done, and we can at least start putting together a few pieces here. All right, one more across here. We want this to be extra smooth, mostly because we don't want to, this is going to be laying right against the skin, especially the skin of the face, so we want to make sure that it's smooth and comfortable and not going to be kind of abrasive. So we want to be extra cautious about how we burnish, and we want it to be smooth. Hi Mini Golf, how are you doing? Hope your evening's going well. Thanks for stopping by. There we go. Okay, we're gonna do the edges of this one. Just kind of go all the way around it real fast, get it nice and smooth, and then we'll do the backs and we'll be done with burnishing. All right. One more. Froyo does sound good too. Dang. This is just a hungry stream tonight, isn't it? Everybody wants snacks. All right, one more bit of edge burnishing here. That's fair. Definitely worth being good and not having too many sweets. But also sometimes I just really want the sweets. Matcha, hi! Welcome, thanks for coming in. Let's see, do I want to burnish these edges? They don't actually touch skin at all. But they might look a little bit cleaner if they are burnished. So I'm kind of thinking I do. At least a light one, just to kind of get the finish done. A little bit of a shine here. All that excess off, we don't need it. Do the other side real fast. There we go. Hi Sorka, thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. We are working on a face mask right now. We did some tooling. And it's starting to come together pretty nicely. So we are now going to go ahead and burnish the back of this. And then we can actually start assembling some of this and maybe get some of our first stitching done on it. let's see here. I'm going to want this burnishing head. Matcha, I hope your evening's going well. Sorka, definitely get some rest. Donating that much blood is sure to be tiring. Ah. Big ah. Going on in chat right now.
A.
A.
Getting 68 needs you to hydrate.
Thank you. I'm gonna hydrate right now. Cheers, everybody. What is going on in my chat right now? We turning into moths in my chat? Is that what's going on? You going for lamp? Lamp. All right. Now just the backs of these. Do y'all think the government watches my streams? Yes, yeah, probably. I am one of those undesirables, so it wouldn't surprise me. Ultimate lurkers, that's so true.
The Secret Service are the ultimate Therian polycule fans.
It would help if I unmuted my mic. Alright, we are just going to do this last surface right here. Get this burnished. And then, chat, I might actually have you help me decide what type of hardware we want to put on this. Because I'm not 100% sure. And it might be fun to let you try to decide. Plus, I've never used the poll feature, and that could be fun. So, let's see here. Let's get this last little bit burnished, and then I'm going to pull out the hardware that we have, make sure that we have something, we have pieces of everything for it, and then we will put a poll together and see if we can choose what we want. Alright, that's burnishing done for now. Are my mods abusing their power? They do that sometimes. Okay, let's grab some hardware here. Let's see what we have. For this one, we are going to need our Chicago screws, and then we are going to need some buckles. So, let's see what we've got. Oh, and we're going to need some D-rings for this, too. So let's see. The first contender is our rose gold kind of our copper here. I'll try to get some better lighting and some better looks here. Matcha. Let's see. Ignoring everything that's happening. We have rose gold. We have silver. We have my standard gold, or like my brass, my polished brass. We have, let's see here. We have black. And we have rainbow. Though I will need to double check and make sure I've got enough rainbow rivets or Chicago screws. And yes, my TTS, my Borb is a greaser, a leather greaser. I figured it's just cute and fun. Yeah, he likes to yell at me because chat likes to yell at me. Matcha, thank you so much for hanging out. Enjoy making some slime. Thanks for popping in and hanging out. And have a good rest of the evening. All right, let me count the hardware I have. So we are gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 8 there, 9, 10. We're gonna need 12. Plus, we need 14 to 16 of them. We actually might have enough for rainbow. So rainbow is what we've got too. That is an option on the table. So let's see if I can make a pole real fast. I have never done this before. Create a new pole. All right, what color hardware? Let's see.
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds. Line up at the start. The running speed starts slowly, but gets faster each minute after you hear this signal. A single lap should be completed each time you hear this sound, or bow. Remember to run in a straight line, and run as long as possible.
I love that I love that. Incredible. Perfect. All right, we're gonna run this poll for about 2 minutes. And we're just gonna see what we get. So the poll should be active. Fingers crossed. Give you a little bit closer look here. Just so that y'all can see it with the leather. The poll is in chat. It is located up at the top of your chat window. It should be going still. Thank you for the bird songs. That's a bummer, Vic Day. A little bit of time left. Oh no, not the pinned message. Yeah, blame the mods. Definitely don't blame Birdie. It was not her fault. It does look like silver is the winner. Honestly, silver is a good choice with the whiskey color. I'm a fan of it, so we are going to go with it. Let's see, let's grab our silver Chicago screws here. Oh, that pinned message. Oh my gosh. All right. So let's start taking a look and seeing how this is going to turn out. Help if I had it the right way up. There we go. Yeah, whiskey and silver is a good look. I have a couple pieces that I've made now with this color combo. It does always seem to look pretty good. So while I'm doing this, just a little reminder, it's probably been in chat a couple times, but I have set up a Discord server. It is very empty right now, and I would love to see it populated. It's a great place to see more of the projects that I'm working on, as well as get updates about stream schedule, and other important details, as well as a cool place to talk about art and leather, and occasionally some video games. Who knows? Being a part of it, we might be able to do some joint games or party games, and it could be a lot of fun. So I don't expect a whole bunch of people, but I'd love to see some people drop in. Oh, that is backwards.
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime.
Saturn, that is, yes, I have heard of it. Unfortunately, it requires me to play 80 hours to get through the early parts of the game, which I'm told are kind of a slog. And I've just not been able to have that commitment in my life. go. I have heard it's a lovely game and that I should really get into it. Maybe one day, but for now, I just don't have that patience. I'm not as good at playing video games for long periods of time like I used to be. All right, that's our first look at the silver as it sits on the tan leather, the whiskey leather. Okay, let's get some of our silver D-rings here. So these are going to sit just inside this. Give us a place for the straps to actually anchor themselves. So they'll sit right there on the sides here. We're going to try to just put on a couple of them here. Might end up taking them off to finish off some of the leather pieces. But I want to see and make sure that they fit okay. Because I expect this whiskey leather is pretty thick. We might have a little bit of a hard time getting it to sit properly with these screws. Oh. Not impossible though. Y'all are having fun tonight. Fortunately, you gotta redeem it with Borb. You gotta make Borb say it. Mini Golf, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate it. That also just got me to my 1,000 bit goal. That's a surprise. All right. Make sure this is set right here. It'd also help to actually put in a D-ring where I need it. You know? It is okay. If you keep watching, you will have the scraps in no time. I am sure of it. Y'all are ridiculous. Chat is very silly tonight. I appreciate it. Okay. So here's our other one. Now, it unfortunately does hide some of our tooling, which is kind of a bummer, but that's just something to learn for future. We know that in the future here, and probably along the front piece is the better place to do some of our tooling on this project. That said, it looks pretty good. So I think what we're going to do is we are actually going to punch our holes here so we can do some stitching. Now the real question is, what color stitches do I want to use for this? This will need to be hand sewn, so it's not something that we can use the machine on. And I'm not exactly sure what color would look really good with this. Definitely open to suggestions again. For those of you that know me, you've probably seen a number of my color options, but I can pull them out. Okay. So, this is my big box of hand sewing threads. We have everything from like bright silver or like a bright gray to darker grays. We've got bright greens, we've got forest greens, we've got reds, I've got browns, we've got rainbows, gold, purple, black, and white. We could make it gay. Just a little reminder as well that this is kind of the color set that we're looking at. I'm not going to do another poll just because I think there's too many options and that would be a problem. The polls on this thing are not exactly complex. That lovely sound was me taking some nice sips of my drink of choice for the night. Which, if you know me, is just Dr. Pepper. Polls, like if I set up a poll for what color we want, it's just not going to work because I have too many color options. What I am seeing is suggestions for gay, suggestions for green, of which we have. Yes, Poland is a lovely color, lovely country. We've got suggestions for green, got suggestion for white. So let's see, I'll let you see this for a little longer. These are our front runners right now. If you have any other, I mean, Dr. Pepper is just the best drink ever. If we have any other suggestions from our little tub of colors here, let me know. Otherwise, we can choose from these four, and that might be a little easier to do a poll on. Personally, I would be inclined to one of these grays, so either the light or the darker. The reason being that it would match our silver pretty well. So that's my personal choice, but I'm definitely open for some other ones. All right, I'm not seeing any other selections, so let's kind of narrow it down here. We have the following color choices: make it gay, light gray. Now I think I might try to do a poll, and we will see what we can get. Let's see. All right. Okay. There we go. That pulls up. Gray and gay. Oh my gosh. Hope everyone's evening's going nicely. I'm certainly having a good time. We've got a poll up right now for anybody who might be just jumping in. We are deciding what color thread we want to use to stitch the edges of our face mask on. So yeah, we have about a minute left, maybe just a little bit less. So if you want to throw in a vote, by all means, go for it. Right now it looks like rainbow is winning out. You want to pick 2 colors? Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to pick one. The only stitching that's going to be on this piece is just right here at the top and the bottom. So they're not going to be super visible. It's just kind of like an accent piece. So keep that in mind. So we've got about 10 seconds left maybe. All right, it looks like we're going to go rainbow. We're going to make this gay, which is perfect. It is that time of year, and we should make everything gay. All right. So to prep for that, we are going to go ahead and pull out our press here. Because we need to punch some holes in this leather. Look, on this channel, we appreciate the gay agenda. In this case, it is not a euphemism. We are actually going to punch some holes. All right. There we go. Okay. So the main thing to note here is we want to make sure that we have an even number of holes that we punch. And as I'm going, I'm actually going to move y'all again. Mostly because I don't want to hit the camera with the lever here. A little adjustment. There we go. Actually, I am going to take some time and mark this, because that way we know we get a clean line here. you over to the side for a moment so y'all can see. Just going to give us a clean marking here for where we want to put our holes, which is very important to know. There we go. Just a couple more here. Just like that. And now we have some marks here that we can follow that will just kind of help make our hole punching that much easier. Go. The exact same on the other side here. If I can get it lined up right. There we go. Just like that. And we're going to do the same on the opposite side of the mask. There we go. There we are. And one more time. I guess two more times, but one more side here. There we go. All right, that's the holes punched. Slide that back here. Just get it out of the way. So here's what we're looking at. So we had our holes up top, our holes down bottom, and this will actually give a mask a 3D shape to help it come together. Aw, that's sweet. I am Burb, but I definitely use our dog bed more than the couch most of the time, because I like that it feels like a nest. All right. We are going to get ourselves comfortable here. Nice and adjusted. Yep, dog bed nest. Grab our thread and our needles, and we are going to do some quick stitching here. We don't need to go that far. It's a pretty small bit of stitching here, so we'll probably just do this amount. We'll cut it in half. we are just going to get this threaded here. And then we will begin our gaze stitching. Go. All right, my hand is gonna be in the way. You're gonna raise y'all up. And that should be a little bit better for you. Go. Basically putting one needle into each side here. We are going to go all the way through to the other side on both of these, and then we will start crossing our way up this this thread path. You'll see what I mean when we get that. Oh no, not a bad taco. What I want to do here is I want to try to start folding this in be where it would be when it's finished, because I want that to, I'm going to let the thread here shape the stitching itself. Pull that tight. And back through the other way. Just going to kind of repeat this to make kind of a nice cross stitch pattern. Every time both of these are out to the front, we're going to take some time and really try to tighten this up a little bit, because we want to see that shape starting to form. Make sure these aren't tangled, and keep going. There we go. There we go. Pull that tight again, and then just like we've been doing, back through the last couple stitches here. we go. Pull that tight, and then we're going to do this one more time with the last stitch. And then we're going to switch over and do the other side. Big day. Big day. I missed that. Alright. Last little bit. Just to finish this off. Just like that. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to take both my needles. We are going to slide them up a couple stitches. Pull them through. And we will cut them off and burn those edges. There we go. Burn these back so that they kind of melt with the previous stitches. And lock nicely without a knot that's going to be touching skin or irritating. And just like that, we have our chin of our face mask.
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of The Realm Reborn and the award-winning Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 for free with no restrictions on playtime.
Oh my gosh. My mods are insane. My mods are insane. Okay. Ignoring that, we are going to go do the top of this mask here, and then the mask assembly. Thanks, Video Golf. Now you're speaking my language.
Blonde hair Foxy needs a bird to stop shrimping.
Okay, fine. I'll sit up straight. Oh, I just cracked my back. Okay, just one more piece here, and we are, yeah, it's a little bit like one. One more piece here, and then we will be mostly done with assembling this, except for the actual straps that will go around the head. I mean, it depends on the design and how like complex it is, but I could probably make an Oni mask if I can, if I have the time to like put together a design and figure out kind of the shape of it, as well as the construction for a leather side of things. But I could probably do that. All right. Again, I'm gonna do the same thing we did on the first one. Make sure those are even. Straight back through. There we go. On the first couple stitches in this style are always the most challenging. And then you kind of get the rhythm and the placement down a little bit. And it gets easier from there. Go back across, just like we've been doing. You typically just need to have enough slack for everything to go through and enough like thread to work with. Being even just makes that easier, but with the rainbow thread you absolutely could like work it together to be to where they match, at least for the most part. I find the rainbow thread can actually be a little bit tricky in its variegation because it's not always even, but it definitely can be done. Okay. Wait. Oh, hold up. I made an oopsie. I went through the wrong hole here. I was wondering why that was feeling uneven. Go back, undo what I did here. It should just be this one thread. There we go. There we go. That's better. All right, just a couple more stitches here. Miss you too. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good rest of your night. We'll be here. I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow, 7 o'clock, just like tonight. And then I'll stream again on Sunday, where we'll actually be doing some video games. I think this Sunday I am planning on playing Everything is Crab. So it should be a really fun game. Oh my gosh, I'm getting raided. Holy smokes. Hi there, thank y'all so much. I really appreciate the raid. Welcome, welcome. My name's Birdie. I'm a leather worker, and we are just making some stuff. Right now I'm actually working a bit on a face mask. We're stitching up the nose bridge at the moment. But thank you so much. Feel free to stick around. If you have any questions, I love answering questions. I was a informal educator in a past life, so I love chatting about what I do. So feel free to ask or feel free to lurk. All of it's welcome here. Yeah, it's a face mask, so we are just putting it together. I finished most of my other commissions recently, so I am kind of just toying with a new design here. Let's see, let's make sure I'm actually on screen a little bit better. We've done some tooling on the edges, or on the sides here, and then we're putting it together, stitching things up, making it look nice. And yeah, then we'll actually move on to the straps. And we might do some other stuff, including some painting. I've got some boot charms over here that I need to get done. Oh, that's really cool. That's a really cool thing. Beadwork is so fascinating to me. It is something that I'm not sure I have the patience to do in any way. I also don't feel like it's my place to make, but I think it's super cool. Hi there. All right, we are just gonna finish this out. I'm gonna try to pull this thread tight. I've noticed that a few of my threads are a little bit loose back there, so we are going to grab my awl here and see if we can't pull these tight. Here we go. Just kind of work our way through till we get a nice tighter line here. Oh, that's really cool. Textiles is fascinating. I don't do much textile, but I do leather sewing and leather stitching. This is hand stitching. I have a nice little sewing machine that I like to use too. I'm gonna have to give you a quick follow. I definitely want to jump in on one of your streams sometime. I definitely would love to get more into cosplay stuff. I've made some fun stuff. I've been doing leather working now for a couple of years. Let me grab a couple things. Been doing it for this business for a couple of years. I've been doing leather working in small bits for like 10 years. I actually started in making leather for falconry equipment. And then over time, I got to a point where I just started making other stuff. So this one's always a fun one. Let's make sure I can see it here. Thank you so much. But yeah, so I've made like potion bottles. Yep, I've made a wide variety of them. Earrings, other sort of leather stuff. I also do a lot of clear leather work and even some of the like more kinky leather work. So I do a wide variety of things. And it just leather kind of just became that hobby that turned into a business. And when I lost my job a couple years ago, I just started picking it up as something to do while I was job hunting. Like to do more regularly than a side hobby. And then it just kind of became what I do. The Baja Blast is still my favorite bottle that I made. So it's a bottle just like this, but it's in Baja Blast, like a Mountain Dew Baja Blast colors with like the whole logo on the front. It is such a good piece. It sold almost immediately. All right, we are just finishing this up. Give this a quick burn here just to finish these threads up. There we go. And again, that's mostly to keep it so there's not any knots that are touching anywhere on the skin, especially since this would be sitting on the bridge of the nose. But yeah, so we have shaped our face mask now. All we really need to do is add these pieces onto this side, and then we need to shape these straps, get them cut down to size. Yeah, so feathered pattern, feather tooling, and you're right, Sorka, I did just get my little, my first little corpo commission. Thank you so much for that. I'm making keychains for Sorka's business, just as like a little side piece or a little commission. I'm excited to do that. Hi there, thank you again for the raid. Yeah, we're here just crafting tonight. So glad that all of you raiders can come by. We're excited to have you. We are working on a leather face mask right now, and as I finish up some of this stuff, because I don't think we're going to do all the straps tonight, I'm going to finish up with the working on something else. I'm actually getting ready for Pride Month, so we're going to be painting some flags for some boot charms. And if you don't know boot charms, they are little charms that you can set on a boot here, just to give yourself a little more visual appeal, make your boots pop a little bit, and just generally are a cute addition. They're super small, very simple to do, just take a little time to kind of paint after they've been cut. But they're one of the favorites that I've found that people really love when I make. So we will get some of those going. All right, so we are gonna put together our D-rings here. These are gonna be what the straps for the mask actually connect to. Grab our screws here. Now usually what I do, once these are fully installed and we are finishing a project up, off stream I will go back and I will usually just do a dab of super glue into these screws to help lock the threads in place. That can still be broken with just a little bit of force, but it does help ensure that those threads, or the screw, doesn't come undone on its own. There we go. Let's see. What am I missing? I'm a couple back. Yeah, so the original tooling lines here, what I do for some of my stuff is I'll actually laser cut it for the smaller pieces. My larger stuff, it's too big, I won't laser cut. I do it by hand, but for some stuff I laser cut, and in this case I etch the lines into the leather so I had a design to work with. And this is a design I put together myself. But it just gives me good lines to work with, so I'm not like having to hold a piece of paper over it and trace like I would have to do normally. And it just kind of saves me a step, and it makes sure that both sides are perfectly symmetrical, which is always a good plus for this. Make sure these are lined up. Look, the auto mod is just very, very sensitive. All right. Put this last piece together here. If they want to line up properly. Any day now. Sometimes the thicker leather like this really has a tough time. Thank you so much. Yeah, anybody who's watching, you can go check out my store. I do have a wide variety of things on there. I do a lot of custom work as well. So what you see is not all that I make. And usually if people have ideas, they can come to me. But thank you so much. I try to clean and like simple is kind of the design I like to go for. So it's exciting to hear people say that. Thank you so much. Victe, you're doing a great job. Okay. Here's our face mask. This is looking pretty good. I'm actually really pleased with this. This would be pretty much ready to go. Again, we will just put the straps on. Might do that tomorrow, first thing in our next stream. For now, though, I'm going to switch gears and we're going to go to painting. Because I want to do a little bit of painting on here. We've got some fun paints to work with, and I think it could be a bit of fun. So we're going to put our sewing stuff up here. I also may take a short break just to run to the bathroom for a minute or two. And I would recommend, if anybody else has not gotten up and stretched, by all means, you should do so as well. Maybe grab some water. But we will be right back, and we will do a little bit of painting to finish out the evening, and then just continue chatting. So thank you again to all the raiders who came by. Really appreciate it. Stick around if you want to see some painting. I will be right back. All right, we are back. So we are going to take a little bit of time. Yeah, thanks for welcoming me back. We are going to take a little time and we are going to paint some flags. Now, as per usual, we are going to start with the flag that I like the most, and it's also one of the ones I run out most often of, and that is going to be our trans flag. The flags are also made of leather, so this is just cut leather. Again, I engraved these lines, very simple cuts. They just give me a good guide, and when they're finished, we'll have a nice hand-painted job over here. We'll do a little bit of sanding to get rid of some of the extra fluff. But yeah, these are all hand-painted, all kind of put together by myself, and they're meant to be good representations. I don't just have flags though. I have all sorts of stuff. Birds and deer and Therian symbols. I have the Triskelion. Really just kind of a wide variety of stuff. Yeah, so I use acrylic leather paint. So this is by Angelus. I have a bunch of colors, as you can see here. I've slowly collected all of these. Oh my gosh. Y'all, tone it down in chat. No bullying, even in play. At least, you know, not more than someone wants. But yeah. And what I found typically for this sort of painting is that generally we want a smaller brush, and we are just going to go through, I find going through the center line first and then working my way out tends to work a lot better. We might have to do a few coats for some of this paint. White tends to take a little bit more. Let me get this opened up here. This is just a simple acrylic. Nothing really special, but it is just kind of designed for leathers. Let's see. How do I want to go about this tonight? Just gonna take my time. I am by no means patient enough to be a model painter, so you will probably see me go over the lines a little bit. I try not to, but I'm just a bird. And luckily, by working from the center out, anytime I do cross a line, I can usually cover it with one of the other colors and get it back in shape without looking weird. Alright, here we go. I also find typically that doing all my flags are the same color, so starting and doing all the white lines usually works best, because then I can swap colors and it's not a big deal. Or rather, I'm not having to swap colors any more than I need to. We'll set them aside. Usually I'll go back if I see one needs another coat. Gotta get back in the hang of this. I'm not good at staying in the lines here tonight. Alright, a couple more to go on this. Like I said, we'll probably do 1 or 2 more coats depending on how nicely this white decides to lay. Why would I be a border collie? I'm a burb. I'm just a bird. I'm just a bird that does leather stuff. There we go. Gosh, I am so bad at this. It has been a while since I've done painting. Do a lot of touch up here. Yes, better to do it on a very bright color than start with something like black and then have to cover that up. Go. Go back through. Do just a brief overcoat here. Again, we just want to make sure that that's fully covered. There's not any leather peeking out. And that everything kind of looks smooth. Not super worried about going over too much, although I'd rather not. But obviously, I'm going to be doing that anyway. Because if we've seen any of my painting skills so far tonight, all I know is that I'm going to be great at going over the lines. There we go. Let those dry for just a minute. Rinse out my brush here. Mostly because we are going to reuse it. Alright, next up on our trans flag is going to be our pink. Now, I can tell you, I have a lot of these colors, and I did not start with all of these colors. I have slowly gained them because I got tired of mixing my own color mixes. Angelus has some really great colors for leather paints. But a lot of the base sets, or the ones that you can find easily, don't have like the nicer pinks or, you know, kind of the pastel shades or some of the other like fun colors like, you know, neons. So I've had to find those because I got tired of trying to mix my own, you know, light baby pink. and thankfully I have. Thankfully they do have a lot of these colors, so it wasn't like impossible to find, just a little harder. This one has the built-in little paint stick. We're not going to use it, although I will use it to kind of feed my paintbrush. Go through just very carefully. As you can see, my hands are not super steady tonight. But hopefully they're going to improve with some practice. You're right. More caffeine.
Saturn needs you to hydrate.
Drinking right now. Surely a little more caffeine is gonna help. Here we go. Set that one aside, and we'll move on to this one. Try to fix the line that I created earlier. There we go. I think we're starting to get a little better now. No, I say that, and I'm going to immediately mess up this one. Alright, Mini Golf, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Have a good night. Get some rest. And I'll see you next time. Like I said, we'll be here tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Probably working on the face mask that we started, as well as I've got a few repair projects that I need to get started on. 2 bags that we might do some design work for, and see if we can't get some pieces put together to repair them. So that's my hope for tomorrow. Then if we finish those or get to good stopping points, we might come back and do some more painting or some more prep for the vending event that I'm going to in June. Yeah, they are your bags. I would hope you know them. Let's see, can I? Not really. Okay. Probably have to go back with some white on that. Go through and touch this up a little bit. There we go. One more coat on the last two of these. We will probably switch sides and work on our pink from the other side. Well, that one's still a little bit messy. Not thrilled by it, but we will come back and clean those up. Yeah, sometimes it's okay to be a little messy. Like I said, I'm not a minifig painter. I don't have that patience. So I'm just gonna do the best I can. I might use those Fictae. I'm worried that they might actually be too small for this application. Some of those mini brushes are just so tiny, and I tend to need something a little bit wider than that. All right. We are making some pretty good progress here. I get that. Honestly, painting intimidates me too. There's a reason I don't do a whole lot of it. Most of what I have that's already painted was done by myself, and more specifically done by a close friend of mine, who we stayed up for like 2 days straight prepping for a vendor show, and she was lovely enough to kind of take the lead on the painting for me, and that significantly helped us get it done. She has a much steadier hand and a much cleaner eye for detail than I do. Give me leather tools, give me digital art, give me a wide variety of other things, and I will be pretty content. But painting is such like a skill and a patience thing that I just don't always have. So I feel you. I feel you completely. Alright, we are going to move on to our blue color here. going to try to get all these colors on, and then I will go back through and try to do some corrections for any of the lines that I messed up. Tell Star hi for me, and again, thank you, thank her for me, or thank you, Star, for helping me paint. I mean, I do need to make another couple batches of leather patches for people. That might be something I work on before too long too. I want to design something new, and I think it could be fun to try to design something for the stream and just kind of for like this process. But I'm not sure. I'll think about it. I do need to make another wave of Therian patches, as well as some of just the other like cool patches that I've got. Alright, we are on to our blue now. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. I just realized I should probably switch scenes here. Let's see. That's probably going to be a slightly better scene because y'all actually be able to see a little bit better. Set this one aside. We're going to grab the next one. Not as clean as the first one, but still not bad. So if you weren't here when I said earlier, part of the reason I'm doing this is because A, getting ready for Pride Month. I want to make sure I've got some Pride things available, at least as many as I can get ready in time. But B, I'm also prepping for a market that I'm going to in Seattle in June. That market is the Mercury Market. It is a 21 plus market that's like late in the evening, and I've gotten lucky enough to be able to set up a vending table there. So I'd like to have some stuff ready. Mercury is like a goth bar, which is going to be fun, and so I'm going to try to have as much stuff as I can ready to go, and we'll see if people like it. So for the next few streams, as I work on that, I will probably, you'll see a lot more blacks. You'll see some metal spikes come out as we start working on a few things. And it should be fun. Sorka, not sure. But I will let you know. There's very much a possibility, because that would certainly help save some money for that trip. But obviously, only if you're available and open to it. Right. Last couple flag pieces, or at least the base colors. Nice thing about blue is it goes on so dark that I really don't always have to do a second coat, although we'll keep an eye and see how it dries. Once I get this on and the last one, we can switch over back to the white and see if I can't clean up my center lines a little bit. Yeah, go ahead and text me those photos. A furry opera sounds fascinating. There we go. Looks like I might need a little more on the edge of that one. There we go. I see a little bit here. Carmen, but a furry opera. That must have been wild. There's the one that I saw. Okay, we got just a tiny corner here. Here we go. Let those dry for a moment. While I clean my brush again. Burble water noises. It's a fun part about having a more ASMR setup. The unfun part is all the other noises I have to try to keep from hitting the mics. Okay. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out and stream. Hope to see you again sometime. Flip that around. Better angle there. So I switched over to one of my finest brushes now. So I'm just trying to correct my edges a little bit. Make sure each one looks nice and clean. I'm gonna go through there with every color here. The white seems to be the biggest offender. There we go. And one more to do here. There we go. All right. Quick wash. We'll do one with the pink. And honestly, the blue's looking pretty good, so I don't know if we're gonna have to do blue at all. But we can if we need to. So the last thing we'll do with these, which won't be tonight, we might do it tomorrow. Once these have dried, we will give them a quick clear coat with a leather clear coat called Resolene. It's also acrylic based, gives it a nice shine, and it's just going to kind of help keep the paint nice and keep it from like chipping or flaking off or getting damaged just by being worn on a boot. That said, these are still boot charms, and so they are going to take a bit of a beating. They can survive a lot, but they are not invulnerable. So generally, I don't recommend hiking or wearing them in the worst possible weather. But for Pride or for general day-to-day wear, these are great. And when I say hiking, I definitely mean more of don't hike through rivers and creeks in them. But a general day hike should be more than fine for these. Night, Sorka. Have a good evening. Thanks again for coming by. Yeah, recover from the blood work or the blood donations. I know that's can be exhausting. The blue up there. I think we're pretty much done with these. Huzzah! We have some trans flags. Look, Victe, we got you more boot charms in the end. So it worked out. Alright, we're gonna set those over here. I'm gonna put my paints back here because we're gonna get a new set of colors for our next set of flags. There we go. Now our next flag is going to be one that I currently don't have and I've been meaning to do for a while now, and that is going to be our aromantic flag. So we're going to set our trans flags aside, let them dry probably overnight. Make sure that acrylic really has a chance to set. Yeah. And then we have some new ones here that are fresh. And we are going to pull the colors out and do the aromatic flag. This is one that I have been requested a few times, and so I've definitely been wanting to do it now for a while. Looks like we're going to need a green. We'll have to mix a lighter shade of green. And then we're going to do white, black, and gray. So we've got green. We've got a light gray. We've got our white and our black. I mean, I do have another green, but it is neon, and I'm not sure it's going to quite work out with what we need. So I think we're just going to stick with the light green here. Well, actually, I do have two types of green. So we do have a darker green and a lighter green. The question is, do they look good together, or do they look good next to each other? We're gonna find out. Just a quick test. Worst case, we can always mix our own. This is gonna be the aromatic flag. Now, looking at this, I think the regular green's too dark. I think this is too dark of a green. I think we need to start with this one and work for a lighter green with it. So that's what we're gonna do. Mix just a little bit in here. Let's see, where did my other little mixing spoon go? Ah, there you are. Okay. Grab just a little bit of you. And we're just going to mix a little bit of white in here. A few drops is all we should need. We'll leave the rest of that white out. There we go. Yeah, that's looking much better. When we compare, that looks a lot closer to the arrow flag that I have pulled up right now. So we will go with this. We'll set that aside for the moment, because first things first, we need to color our center line, which is going to be white again. If I was really working to be efficient, I would probably have done all of my white lines for both the trans and the arrow flag at the same time, but I wasn't thinking. And we're streaming. We're not here to be super efficient. We're here to have a good time. here to have a good time and paint within the lines, which I'm not good at.
Pup_Saturn needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I was only shrimping a little bit. This time, my back didn't pop. So I think we're improving. All right. I don't know if I could call these lines better than the first set of white lines I did, but I'd like to think so. At least so far. We're gonna need another coat for sure. I'm assuming that's Star. Hi, Star. All right, 3 of our white lines done. No, at least this first coat here. We're looking pretty good. Oh yeah, that was clean. I'm very happy with that. Here we go. Go back over at least a couple of these for another coat. Then we'll move on to our next color. Which is going to be that pale green that we mixed. A little bit over there, but not super bad. I feel like the music has decided we've entered the soft jazz portion of the night. All right, there's our white. Give our brush a good clean here. Check on our green. Maybe I spoke too soon about the soft jazz part of the night. We just hit battle theme. All right. So we're gonna do our light green now. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Pretty happy with that color choice here. Definitely think mixing our own color was the right choice on this one. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thanks for the raid, and thanks for just hanging out. It was lovely meeting you too. I'm definitely gonna have to jump in on the next stream that I can. Kind of watch you work. I'd love to see. And yeah, thanks so much for hanging out. Have a good night or day. There we go. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Star, if you're still watching, we should definitely hang out and talk shop sometime. I want to hear what you've been up to. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Thanks for watching. Like I said, I definitely want to talk shop with you sometime. I want to see how things are going, as well as pass some ideas along. Right. That's our light green done. Well, mostly. Might go back through these and make sure that the paint is all the way coated here. A couple light spots that I'm seeing. As I immediately paint on my white. Okay. It's one of those for me where Sometimes perfect really is the enemy of good. Because the moment I go back to try to like make it just perfect is the moment I mess it up. Luckily, that's what other coats of paint are for. We can always go over and add some more. All right. We're looking good. I think we are good to move on to our darker green here. Hi, Flowbish. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for helping out, or hanging out, rather, and for helping out just by being here. We are currently working on painting some of our boot charms, which again, if you don't know, boot charms go on the boots. They make them colorful and fun. And we are painting pride flags for that because it's just about Pride Month. Well, I'm glad the baby's doing great. Definitely I feel you on insulin and that sort of stuff. Never fun. All right, moment of truth. Did we differentiate this color enough? Not sure we did. Also, this light green is very watery. It's there. Yeah, it'll definitely need 2 coats. The difference is there. It's just very faint. I'm almost tempted to darken it a little bit, but I'm gonna give it a little time, give it another coat before I decide to do that. Make sure this coat is nice and on. It's definitely, the difference is there. But it's just subtle. It's just very, very subtle. Move this before I put my hand in it. Does it? Is it let me hold it up or move it back towards the center here. At least that's not glared. Maybe. I definitely agree 2 coats will probably help even the color out, but it definitely looks more noticeable on camera.
Viti needs you to hydrate.
I've got my Dr. Pepper right here. Is a Wednesday though. day early for that. That's fair. Yeah, if you can hold off for a few minutes, I'm just gonna basically paint the last of these flags. They're probably about 20 more minutes, and then I'll call it. Okay. And yeah, just give me about 20 minutes, and we'll take care of it. It's not 800 bits. A Weibo is 800 channel points, which you earn naturally by watching the stream. Let's see. Star, this one's for you. If I can get it to work. A huevo. There we go. There we go. A huevo, a huevo. One more quick coat on these. Thank you so much for the subscription. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, thank you for 6 months of a subscription. Wow. I can have a huevo to that. A huevo. A huevo. A huevo. There we go. That's our greens done. It looks a lot better now. The second coat really, really helped. All right, now we just got our light gray and our black. our green away here, at least for now. Just gonna wait on that one because that was the one I just finished painting. Let that dry a little bit first. Oh my gosh, the light gray goes on so nicely. All right. Steady hand, Birdie. You got this. That one was a little bit messier. Probably because I didn't give myself encouragement throughout that. Probably should have done that. Come on, Birdie. You got this. Nice. And in the line. Except for that last little bit. We'll go back and fix it later. Alright, Birdie, you can do this. Stay out of the white. There we go. All right, almost there. There we go. Looking pretty good there. I think, aside from a couple areas, these aren't going to need a second coat. There we go. A little bit more right here. All right. There we are. On to the black. Then we will be done. Right on target, right on time for this. Let's see here. All right, here we go. Home stretch. And we'll have some fancy aromantic flags. go. The edges are always nice because I can kind of just go off one end and it doesn't mess me up. Just like that. Make sure we get that edge nice. There we go. That's pretty much done. Just a little bit of cleanup here, mostly with those edges in the center with the white. Should go pretty quick. You're my offender here. Okay. There we go. The other side with the green. And then a little bit on this one. See a little bit here, and on the last one as well. Once we get these though, we're done. We got another set of flags finished. All right, that's it. Now we're just gonna let them dry and come back to them probably tomorrow to put a clear coat over them and protect them. But that also means that we are pretty much done with the stream here. That's a good question, Star. Overnight drying stream, just watch paint dry. I don't know if I'm popular enough to just have a paint drying stream. I don't know how many designs I'm doing this year. I still got a bunch left over. I need to, let's see if I can actually show y'all a little bit here. So this is what I have right now. I need to restock on the buy flag. And then obviously I think one more stack of these will be trans. And then I'll probably do another set of NB. And then these two I had set up for, let's see, what did I have? I have the gender fluid flag and the agender flag. So those will be my other two flags that we don't have yet. But that is kind of the plan. So we have those, and then I can always make more. So one of the things that I like about boot charms is they're small enough and simple enough that I love getting suggestions. So if you have a flag that you'd love to see made, please let me know. I also need to go make the the pup play flag again, because that was pretty popular as well. That'll be a new print, I think, or new engraving. Ooh, what's the new flag? Send it to me at some point. I want to see it. I didn't realize they'd redesigned it. Because yeah, the pie sign is a little bit odd to just have in a flag. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna let y'all go. I hope everybody has a really, really good night. Oh, disability flag would be a really good one. I'll actually look into that one. That would be a good one to print next, or to engrave next. Anyway, have a good night. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Doing the same sort of stuff. We're going to keep working on the mask that we have. We've got to finish putting this together. Let's see. There we go. Got to finish putting that together. And then we have some repair work to do on some bags. And then some more painting. Maybe some new projects as well. But yeah, have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Love to have you drop by. And until then, yeah, have a good night. Get some rest. Take care of yourself.